call to order at 6:01 p.m. Please let the record reflect that all board members are in attendance except for Trustee Chan. Our next item of business is adoption of the agenda. What are the wishes of the board on this item?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Solis. I have a second by Trustee Cervantes. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Our next item is comments from the public on closed session items. At this time, are there any members of the public wishing to address the board on any of the closed session items? Individuals in attendance, please ensure that you provide, I think we have a comment form that can be completed. For those listening or watching us remotely, the number to dial to provide any comments during this closed session public item is 559-276-3150. Do we know if we have a delay with our video? Has anyone checked?
Yeah, I think we're going to be about 15 seconds behind.
Okay. Let's allow 30 seconds to pass before we'll move on. Do we have any comments related to our closed session items?
We don't have any incoming calls on any closed session items.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, the board will adjourn to closed session and we will return to open session at 7 p.m. or as soon as thereafter. Thank you. Okay, we're ready to go live. Thank you. The board reconvenes to open session at 7:37. Items to report from closed session. During closed session, the board took action to adopt a proposed decision from a hearing officer supporting the dismissal of a permanent classified employee. The vote was 6 in support of adopting the hearing officer's recommendation and 1 abstention by Trustee Cervantes. Additional items to report: the certificated personnel report was approved by unanimous support by a motion by Trustee Cervantes, a second by Trustee Chan. The classified personnel report was also approved by unanimous support, a motion by Trustee Cervantes and a second by Trustee Sean. And with that, we will move on with our agenda, the Pledge of Allegiance. If I can please have Vice President Solis lead us.
Please stand and face the flag. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we continue with our agenda, just a friendly reminder to folks who are watching us remotely, if you wish to provide a public comment during public comment or during any specific item, the number to dial is 559-276-3150. For comments on specific items, please wait until that item is called before you dial 559-276-3150. Thank you. Presentations and reports. Do we have any representative from the Central Unified Teachers Association wishing to address the board at this time?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Richard Martinez
Martinez
is on right
is
now.
on right now.
Is this to speak on behalf of the Central Unified Teachers Association?
I believe, yes, H1A.
Yes, H1A.
It's Judy Martinez.
Okay, thank you. We have President Martinez. Thank you. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, President Creo. Good evening, Board Trustees and Superintendent. I want to begin by reporting out that
Ms. Martinez, can you hold on a second? We can't hear you. One second.
Sure. Okay, sure. Okay.
Can we higher the volume? It was too loud when we were initially testing the system, and now we can't hear you.
Oh, okay. How about
Okay.
now?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Martinez.
Okay, thank you, President Creo. Good evening, Board Trustees and Superintendent. I'll begin by reporting out that we're continuing to meet with the district to navigate the impact of changes coming from the state and local agencies, and negotiations will resume very soon. I would now like to shine a light on our state championship track and field team. I would like to begin first by recognizing each of the team members. Ribby Abdallah, Kiana Armstrong, Emily Brown, Kiana Clement, John Chiosano, Blake Clifton, Imari Conley, Sharia Copeland, Riley Costales, Albert Duarte, Ayana Fuller, Colin Garrett, Talia Hoggett, Essence Jackson, Terrell Johnson, Devin Kelly, Taylor Lloyd, Guillermo Lopez, Sindel Lopez, Spencer Manson, Lawson McAllister, Cyrese Riley, Kitana Ross, Cameron Tarver, AB Tefra, Ashley Pescarano, and Jeremiah Walker. Board members, I'm sure you know, as I said, they're already state champions, but they were also Valley champions. And our women's team took third overall, which is the highest Central women's team has scored in school history. So huge, huge accomplishment and very well deserved. Very happy for them. And our boys, I'm sorry, I actually wanted to name the girls team who were instrumental in winning that championship for the Valley. They are Taylor Lloyd, Saria Copeland, Kitana Ross, Riley Costales, Talia Hoggett, Tiana Clemens, Emily Brown, Essence Jackson, and Lupita Tellens. And our boys that were instrumental in winning the Valley Championship for the boys were Spencer Manson, Devin Kelly, who took first place in triple jump, our 4x400 relay team, Albert Duarte, Emar Conley, Terrell Johnson, and Jeremiah Walker. First place, 4x100, were Emari Conley, Cameron Tarver, Terrell Johnson, and Jeremiah Walker. And Jeremiah Walker also took first in the 400 meter and first in the 200 meter. And he also broke the Valley record in the 200 meter at the Valley Championship. The following athletes qualified for state: Emari Conley, Terrell Johnston, Devin Kelly, Lawson McAllister, Cameron Tarver, Jeremiah Walker, Tiana Clements, Saria Copeland, Riley Costales, Talia Hoggett, Taylor Lloyd, and Kitana Ross. Jeremiah Walker took first in both the 200 meter and 400 meter. And as I said, and I'm going to say it again because it bears repeating, these athletes took home state championship, and I'm so proud of them. None of this could have been done without the awesome coaching staff of Reggie Jackson, Christine Johnson, Colin Duffy, Cedric Pulliam, Gary Goodall, Gary Davis, Shane Atkins, and Emily Atkins. And of course, the incredible support of the parents and the track club. Shout out, kudos, huge congratulations, standing ovation, round of applause to all of them. Thank you, board members. That's all I have for you tonight. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, President Martinez. Can everyone just join me in a big round of applause for all of our students and our coaches? Thank you. And we do not have any updates from our California School Employees Association. We'll move on to our superintendent and board communications. Superintendent Davis, is there anything you'd like to report?
Yes, just a couple of quick reminders. All of our school offices are now open, 8 to 11 and 1 to 4, to help our families as they move through registration and return to school. Special note for our Justin Garza High School families who may have questions. We have a special event scheduled Monday, August 9th from 6 to 8 p.m. They're having an open campus night for parent tours, orientation, information, and questions and answers. The announcement for this will be coming following my next announcement, which is a reminder that the Justin Garza High School ribbon cutting is this Saturday, July 31st at 11 in the morning. It is open to the public, but the tours will be held on that open campus night of August 9th. And then lastly, tomorrow we welcome back all our administrators and executive secretaries as we start our Administrative Institute. So the school year is beginning.
Thank you. Is there any board member wishing to speak at this time? I have a brief comment. I really just want to encourage our community, if you're able to get vaccinated, that you please get vaccinated. We're seeing what the variant is now doing and hearing about other variants, and I think I don't misstate when I say that we really want to bring everyone back, and we don't want to be directed by our local health department or other local governance or state government to require this distance learning. So please help us. If you're able to get vaccinated, please get vaccinated. And with that, we will move on to our next item, comments from the public. Is there any member of the public wishing to provide a comment on any item not currently on the agenda? For members listening or watching our meeting, the number to dial is 559-276-3150. We will allow 30 seconds to pass before we move on to our next item, as I believe we typically have about a 20-second delay in our YouTube channel. Once again, if there is any member of the public wishing to address the board on any item not currently on the agenda, the number to dial is 559-276-3150. If there are any members of the public wishing to address the board on any items not currently on the agenda who are present, now would be the time to please let us know if you wish to address the board.
No phone comments at this time.
Thank you. Hearing no comments from the public, we will move on to our next item, consent agenda. Are there any questions or comments related to the consent agenda? If there are none, what are the wishes of the board on this item?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion by trustee Solis. Is there a second?
Second.
Was that trustee Mailing? No, trustee Paul. Okay, thank you. Motion by trustee Solis, a second by trustee Paul. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. We move on to our action items. Our first item is L1, discussion and action regarding James K. Polk Elementary. This item is coming before the board after we received a written request by Malachi Suarez to present the item to the board. It is coming as an action item to allow the board to make any decision as far as the next step or whether the item returns for a next board meeting. Malachi will have 10 minutes to address and present his presentation to the board. Following his presentation, I will provide my recommendation to the board, and then we will allow public comment. I recommend that we allow 30 minutes for public comment to take comments from the public as in person and both from the telephone. If any board member or if there's consensus from the board not to allow the 30 minutes, to reduce that or increase that, we can discuss that after my recommendation. Otherwise, each member of the public will have 1.5 minutes to address the board, and we will be limiting the public comment to 30 minutes. Any questions regarding the process? Upon conclusion of public comment, the board will engage in discussion, and following that discussion, we can take whatever appropriate action there is consensus to take. Malachi, you can approach, and whenever you're ready. Sure, go ahead.
My name is
Sorry, we're going to set the timer for the 10 minutes.
My name is Malachi Suarez. I believe in freedom, justice, equality, and community. These are some of the main principles of America and our school district. I believe that community is when we try to do what is best or better for everyone or most people. I am asking that you rename Polk Elementary because Polk was against these principles. Polk believed that one group of people was superior to every other group and more deserving. That is called manifest destiny. It is the idea that non-European Americans are inferior and do not belong here. Many people like me were killed because of this. 85% of our student population would be considered inferior and unwelcome according to manifest destiny. Manifest destiny was used to justify westward expansion. Many Mexicans died or had to leave this country because Polk and the pioneers violently forced them out. Westward expansion was also genocide for Native Americans. Genocide is the deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular ethnic group with the aim of destroying that group. Stealing from people and hurting them if they resist is bullying. And that is what Polk and the Pioneers did. My school is named after Polk to celebrate westward expansion and the courage and bravery of the pioneers. In 2021, it is unacceptable to celebrate Polk and the Pioneers because they did not expand westwardly in a peaceful way. They were not fair to the people who already lived here, and they did not intend to coexist and build community together. Polk and the Pioneers were violent, unfair, and used the idea of superiority to steal land from people like me. This goes against the principles that I learned at school. It goes against the principles that you should stand for. On top of that, Polk owned slaves and was against ending slavery. He had slaves at the White House. This goes against the American ideal that all people are created equal. Some might say that slavery was acceptable at the time, and we should not judge people based on the principles from today. But would you say that to a slave? Slavery has never been acceptable, period. We learn about perspective at school, but we don't learn about the perspective of slaves, Native Americans, Mexicans, and other oppressed groups. My school does not teach us the history of Polk and the Pioneers either, but our district wants to celebrate the history that it doesn't teach us. The question I have for you is why? Why would you want to continue celebrating the unacceptable while keeping the truth a secret? My school's student council unanimously supports changing the name. They feel that a school should be named after a role model, and Polk is not one. He has never been a role model. They also said that it's a privilege to have a school named after you, and Polk is not the type of person who deserves that privilege. Being a president is not enough reason by itself. Our student body is 85% minority students, yet only one school is named after a person of color. On the other hand, if you only count schools named after people, 93% are named after European Americans. Representation matters. Children of color need to see people like them in a positive light. We can accomplish great things when we see people like ourselves being honored and celebrated. That is why Central Unified should name more schools after people of color. I recommend that you rename my school after Maria Moreno. She was the first woman farm laborer to be hired as a union organizer. She is a role model who fought for fair working conditions for diverse groups of people. She is a great example of a person working towards making a better community for all. We should also change our mascot to the axolotls. They are an endangered species known for their ability to regenerate limbs and other body parts. We can raise awareness to their endangered status and be encouraged by their ability to regenerate when they are hurt. And we should not stop at changing the name and mascot of my school. We should also change the Native American mascot at Madison Elementary because being a mascot does not honor Native Americans. Instead, it reinforces old ideas about Native Americans being savages. We do not even learn about Native American history and their great accomplishments and contributions to society. Any other schools that are named after anti-role models or that have inappropriate mascots should be changed too. And you should not push this off until later, and we should not have to wait for you to do what is right. If you don't make the change, then who will? There's no better place than here and no better time than now. I want to believe that you're here to support all students. We appreciate all you have done, but now I'm calling on you to do what is right. Schools should not be named to honor anti-role models like Polk and the Pioneers. The schools should not have inappropriate mascots. The main argument that I have heard from opposition is that they do not want to change. Some feel that the school name and mascot are a tradition. How do you think those arguments would sound to a slave or a person who had their land stolen? Please remember that many Americans did not want to end slavery and segregation. Also, slavery and segregation were long-held traditions in this country. Resistance to positive change and carrying on unacceptable traditions are not valid reasons to deny the name change. What is missing from opposing arguments are reasons why my school should be named to honor Polk and the pioneers. What is so positive about them that makes my school district need to honor them? Praising Polk and the pioneers makes me feel discouraged and unwelcome. That should matter to you more than holding on to an unacceptable tradition and unjustifiable reasons to change. Resistance to change. You should think of this vote as a reevaluation of the values that you want our district to represent. The core values of our district are character, leadership, and innovation and continuous improvement. Character counts, says that character and the qualities that help us be our best selves, such as trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, and citizenship. Polk and the pioneers represent the opposite of character. Regarding leadership, it is your job to do what is right. The difficulty, amount of time it will take, cost, or loss of votes should not prevent you from doing what is right. Those factors do not prevent you from approving expensive projects and programs if you are leaders. Leadership means always doing what is right, not just when it's easy. Leadership means that resistance to positive change and holding on to unacceptable traditions should not be factors in your decision, because voting no is bad for all students. Changing the name would benefit everyone. Innovation is the act of making changes in something established, especially by introducing new methods or ideas. Changing the name will represent an innovation and continuous improvement. Voting no would go completely against all of the values of our district, and it would mean that you do not support 85% of your student body who relies on your leadership to do what's right. By voting against changing the name and mascot of my school, you are choosing to continue honoring Polk and the pioneers and contradicting the principles of America and our school district. Why would you choose that? I call on you to do what is right, and I call on you to do it now, because there's no reason to wait any longer for the positive change that I am asking you to make. I have gathered over 1,000 signatures in support of the name change, because many people understand that changing the name is the right thing to do. If you do not change the name, you are saying that you celebrate slavery, Native American genocide, killing to steal land, and racist ideas of people like me being inferior and unwelcome. That is why you should vote yes, and that vote needs to be at the next board meeting. There is no reason to push it off until later. I propose that you vote on this issue at the next board meeting. In closing, I want to thank all of the community members who have supported me along the way. With your help, I have been able to make it this far in community.
Thank you, Malachi. So Malachi's request is that the board return this item for our next board meeting for action to change the name. However, I'm recommending, after discussion, that the board consider creating an advisory committee to be given the direction to survey the community, the Polk Elementary community, and determine whether there is support, and if there is support, the cost related to the name change, as well as any other factors that the board decides would be appropriate for the review. This would be consistent with our board policies as far as charging an advisory committee to do additional surveys and studies that would be necessary to then bring that information to the board for the board to make final decision. So that is my recommendation. Before I open the floor for board discussion, I do want to allow public comment. So again, my recommendation is that we allow 30 minutes for public comment for both comments in person and those telephonically. Each individual will have 1.5 minutes. I please ask that you be respectful and conclude your comment at the conclusion of your 1.5 minutes. Board clerk, if you can please call, is there any objection to the 30-minute allocation? Trustee Maley?
I just think that I'll take the time to listen to anybody, so.
Okay, so if we have more comments, then the 30 minutes will allow and hear all of the comments. Is there consensus from the board? Trustee Paul?
Yeah, I would just state that, just for consideration, we've had some serious challenges with our call-in procedure, and that we'd be really careful to not omit. I've heard cases where we've had 25 people waiting supposedly, and who weren't able to get in. So I would just ask that we consider that and maybe double check before we decide to move on.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We also received comments via our public email account. And so as Clerk Brooks calls our first public speaker, I'll pass those out. And then after the conclusion of any of the comments, both in person and telephonically, we can allow some minutes for all of us to review these comments.
Okay, the next person is John Flores.
Go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Can I take this off, or do I need
Sure,
to leave it?
that's fine.
Thanks. Hi, my name is John Flores, and while I'm relatively new to the Central Districts, my daughters attended Central years ago and graduated from here, so it's good to be back. Now, the issue is whether James Polk was a racist or not. Any website you find on the web can say yes, others will say no. So while I give credit to the original research done to put this onto the agenda, I don't give it so much so in context. From what I learned in history, I did know that he was president during annexation of the West, a doctrine known as manifest destiny. One reason for this was to keep California off limits from any foreign monarchy. This all occurred after the annexation of Texas, which loved being part of Mexico so much that they had their own rebellion. Polk did try diplomacy at first. He first sent people to Mexico to resolve disputes over the Texas boundary and other issues. He even made an offer to pay off Mexico's debt. Unfortunately, Mexico said no and kept saying no, and during this time, there was dust up and U.S. soldiers were killed. But overall, his goal was to preserve the territory against hostile belligerent nations, not to kill Mexicans. This country has been an excellent model on continuous improvement by learning from and not focusing on the past. Central Unified lists this as its core values, among its core values. I don't see anywhere in its core values where it says to look back many years ago to find fault in something in order to accommodate a few dissatisfied people. Changing a school name can cost tens of thousands of dollars of which could be spent on improving the quality of education for Central Unified
So that
students.
concludes your minute and a half.
Thanks.
Thank you. If we can please call the next person.
Next, we have Desiree Lewis.
Can we call the person after Desiree as well, so they're aware to join us?
Phoenix Soares.
Central Unified Board Trustees. All of you have received a letter that I wrote and emailed to you for reference, because I'm going to have to cut some of this short. Polk has been a second home to myself and my kids for many years. I'm a staff member, I'm a mother, I'm a community member, and I'm an alumni. I graduated from Central. We're deeply rooted in the Central community. It's important to myself and my children that we remain the Polk pioneers. They mean a lot to me. Changing the name of the school is going to cost money, a lot of money. The nameplate, all the signage, all the uniforms, the marquee, incentives, spiritware, all the accumulation over the years of Polk items that we have purchased. There's probably a lot more to that. One example I can use real quick is towards our this year 6th grade class. They're at max capacity because we're short a teacher. I would approve of my tax dollars going towards hiring and filling those teacher positions rather than those kids having to sit at max capacity and not getting the proper attention that they need in the classroom. I'm on board with Trustee Brooks to focus on classroom crowding and excessive kids per class. Let's use the funds to hire more teachers. I'm on board with Trustee Chan to advocate for additional resources for the children. Let's use funds to engage our parents. I'm on board with Trustee Carrillo to be cautious spending the district money. Thank you guys. You guys have it, if you don't mind reading.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And after Phoenix is Gabriel.
Hi, my name is Phoenix Suarez. I go to Polk Elementary, and I don't like the name. I think Malachi has a good point. The school should not be named after James K. Polk. It makes me feel awful that James K. Polk is the name of my school. James K. Polk had slaves and killed a lot of people, stole a lot of land, and he even had slaves in the White House. If the school should get renamed, they should change it now. They shouldn't need a certain amount of people to tell them it's wrong. Rename it now.
My name is Gabriel Suarez. I am Malachi's father, and I am a teacher, and money should not prevent you from doing what is right. You cannot justify celebrating Polk and the pioneers' westward expansion. You should exhibit courage and bravery and do what's right to stop celebrating slavery, theft, genocide, and white superiority. You wouldn't celebrate the person who, during World War II, used the idea of racial superiority to start a war, steal land, and commit genocide, but Polk did the same things. Malachi is asking you to follow the values of America and the district. He's asking you to practice academic honesty, the most important part of education. Some may mischaracterize his project as historically inaccurate and spreading hate, but the history is accurate, and there's no hate in asking you to do what's right for all students. He's asking you to stop promoting the idea of racial superiority. Asking you to teach unsanitized history is not hate. He's promoting equality and community. What you won't hear is why the school should be named after Polk. You have reasons to change the name and no reason to keep it. That's why you need to vote on the name change on August 10th. Do not punt because the issue is contentious. Remember that slavery and segregation were contentious. Would you tell slaves they have to wait for freedom because some people don't want change? Would you tell Martin Luther King he needs to wait until enough people support doing what's right? Will you tell my sons they need to continue feeling discouraged and unwelcome because you don't have the courage and bravery to address the issue now? That's why you should vote on this issue at the next board meeting. If you do not have the courage to address contentious issues because you're afraid to rock the boat, then you should step down because you're failing my children and 85% of your student population.
Who's next?
Next we have Crystal Cabrera, and after that, the name is spelled Sukaina.
That's Cabrera and Sukaina.
Okay, thank you.
Can you please turn on the mic? Make sure that the green light is on.
Can she reclaim her time?
Can I reclaim my time? Thank you.
Sure.
My name is Crystal Cabrera. Malachi is my son. After learning about James K. Polk, I am disgusted at the thought of my children having to attend their school, especially in this day and age. But what I am even more appalled at is how much resistance Malachi has faced by Central Unified in trying to make this change. At this point, everyone knows why Malachi wants to change.
Polk was an unabashed racist. He had slaves in the White House. He was not a role model then, and he is not a role model now. And yet some of you still don't want to make the change. I wish there was a valid reason why, but there isn't. You say you need more support, but you don't. This is just an excuse to vote against the proposal. You don't need any more evidence of how bad Polk was. One person bringing his atrocious crimes to your attention is sufficient. The history is indisputable. You just don't have the courage to do what's right. Instead, you rather stand by and indoctrinate our children with these ideas of white supremacy. You know what one of Malachi's classmates said after he shared his idea with her? She said, "Hell nah. You people are the reason that our children say such things. You are responsible. Shame on you." And now what? You want to vote later when everyone has gone home and the cameras are off you? No, we demand that you vote on August 10th. Show yourselves to your constituents. Show the kids of this district who you really serve and what you really stand for. I'll end with a quote from James Baldwin. He said, "You always told me it takes time. It's taken my father's time, my mother's time, my uncle's time, my brother's and my sister's times, my nieces and my nephew's time. How much time do you want for your progress?" Go ahead.
Thank you, President Carrillo and Board of Trustees. My name is Sukaina Hussein. I'm the Deputy Executive Director at CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations in Sacramento Valley and Central California. I am here on behalf of a large Muslim constituency, many of whom are those people of color that were referenced, that are residents of Central Unified, have students in Central Unified, and are active members of the school community. We have repeatedly heard from you all, our elected officials and our leaders, that you claim to understand that positive change is needed. You know that these community members, all of us have been working tirelessly to hold our systems, our institutions, and our board members accountable. In this moment, you are hearing from community members that it is unjust, unfair, and immoral to honor any historical figure that found it justified to dehumanize, marginalize, and kill people who were considered different, and even work to tear away the very dignity that made them human beings. Central Unified District has a very diverse population, and we're really proud of that. We're also proud that it's reflected in its staff and among its trustees. Our students and our staff should be assured that their educational systems are places of belonging and they're going to be inclusive. I am horrified to imagine what James Polk would think of people like me, Black Americans, South Asians, Latinos, Native communities, Middle Easterners, Muslims, Sikh, Jewish, or anyone other than whiteness. So I'm calling on you to be strong and bold, know who Polk was, face your reality, remove his name, and put in a place of honor that's going to honor the diversity and dignity of Central Unified. Thank you.
Next, is it Risa? And after that is Roman Raintree.
Thank you, President Carrillo and Board Trustees. My name is Reza Nikumanish. As I stand on the land of the Yokuts people, I remind you of your own official stance found on document BP 0415 that proudly states, "The governing board believes that the diversity that exists among the district's community of students, staff, guardians, parents, and community members are integral to the district's vision, mission, and goals." I ask you, by integral, do you mean that you feel good that your schools are filled with students who look diverse? Or do you mean that you honor students, teachers, and parents who are diverse, who represent the real makeup of this land, who are historically marginalized? Right now, you're hearing pundits and fragile elements preaching that you're living in a cancel culture, that you can't not erase our heritage, that you have to not change because we've lost something that's fleeting away from us. Cancel culture is not removing the name of a man, James Polk, who would have eradicated most of you and us from this place. Cancel culture is not dismantling racist systems and taking down monuments. The real cancel culture, the real threat of cancel culture, is the years canceling the humanity of so many of our children, having them in the halls of buildings named after historical figures that work to kill us, enslave us, and deny our humanity. Think, if Adolf Hitler Elementary School in Germany existed, would it be cancel culture to take his name off the buildings? How much would it cost to remove the swastikas from the walls? Is that what you would ask yourselves? I have presented to each of you a letter signed by civil rights and human rights organizations, churches, mosques, religious leaders, civic leaders, demanding that you stand with Malachi. Don't punt it off. Don't move forward without thinking of a vote, and vote by August 10th. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Roman Raintree, and Malachi Suarez is a dear friend of mine. I'm actually leading a coalition to rename Squaw Valley at the moment, and he was a distinguished speaker at our virtual event last month. I come here to support him and ask you guys to reconsider and put it on your agenda as his family and he is asking you to do. This is just a matter of, do you believe in your core principles, or are they just words? And if it's fiduciary responsibility, believe me, there's casino tribes and private donors willing to step up. So that shouldn't be an issue. It's just a matter of an issue. Have you put yourself in a second grader's position to have to wear a poke on his chest when he's playing ball or representing his school in a spelling bee or something else? Have you put yourself in those situations? Because those schools, they don't belong to us. We've graduated. They have to go there every day, face those teachers, wear that name, associate it with, say, I'm a fifth grader at Polk Elementary. They're the ones who the school belongs to, not us. They're the ones we need to be thinking about. Have we put ourselves in their shoes? Are those our values that you guide? Are those your guiding principles, just words? Because if they are, then just say it. Let's have some honesty here. But don't let cost. That's just a cheap outlet, cheap excuse. Because the money is there, and the community is willing to support it. Thank you.
Next, we have Mary Ann Trevino and Gina Sellers.
It's Trujillo.
Trujillo, sorry.
Okay. Good evening. I'm impressed with you. I'm also a school board member also. I am here because a little boy is asking something of us. I'm always on your side a lot. That's me. I'm a board member in my district. So I'm telling you that when a little boy comes to me and says, I need help, I want to change the world. And right now that they're on Zoom and all this kind of stuff, they're looking into history. They're doing all kinds of unimaginable ideas that are going in their heads, and this little boy is bringing it to you. I don't want to hear, we'll look into it, or that kind, because we do this all the time. And I'm the one on the board that says, you know what, we're always looking into it, but we need to give him an answer. This little boy is asking something. I try to explain to him that sometimes the name change, it takes a while, but we can do it. We can be very positive about this. But the thing is that we really have to do something right for these children because, I am a substitute principal. When I go to Cesar Chavez Elementary, do you know what? I am so proud to be there as their principal for that day, maybe only because I'm retired. But you know what? I work for Cesar Chavez. So I am proud. And I think to myself, Cesar, if you could only see this, what we've done. What we've done, because when my family, my friends have died of cancer because the airplanes and the crop dusters and all this, and I'm not blaming it on the farmers because you know what? They only do what they thought was right. So let's do what's right for this little boy, for the kids in your district, like my district. Thank you very much.
After Gina, we have Peter Bell.
Good evening. My name is Gina Sellers. I am Central Unified alumni. I have 3 students within the district now who are 4th generation Central. Please review my letter that I sent to each of you earlier today. And also on record, I would like to noted that I do second Mrs. Lewis's recommendation presented earlier today. In my opinion, the rebranding of the name and mascot of a school site is an incredibly costly misuse of funds. It would require replacing items such as site property monuments, past awards, recognition banners, etc., that are in perfect working order and otherwise would not require district funding for years to come in some cases. I believe that our district must proceed with extreme caution with regard to facilitating such a request, as many more will come, and the decision made regarding this name change will be the standard used for future requests. We do have 21 campuses, to my knowledge, in our district, 10 of which are named after people. All of those people are at risk of, at some point throughout their lifetime, having done something, said something supporting an issue or a cause that someone in our community at some point could essentially find offensive, and thus would result in a request such as this one that could be quite costly for our district. So I recommend that we proceed with caution with regard to accommodating this particular request. I do fully support the district being open to any suggested names for future central campuses, but I strongly encourage that the board give the central community the opportunity to know what this will cost exactly and where the funding will come from, and whether or not our taxpaying community support the approval of such expenditures. Thank you so much. Please review my letter that I sent earlier today. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Peter Beal. I'm a Central Unified educator. I've been a teacher for 10 years, and I'm here to support young Malachi. I'm impressed with the young scholar taking a question, researching that question, and extending his learning into a place where it's very difficult for even adults to speak in front of others, in front of peers. I've seen in my students in my classroom this kind of reluctance, but the bravery that I've seen in Malachi has inspired me as an educator, especially with a very controversial issue like this. One of my proudest moments as an educator was as a second-year teacher taking some Parlier Junior High School students to observe a scrimmage between Parlier High School and Clovis West. Half our Parlier High School team did not show up. So some members of our observing Parlier Junior High School team stepped up and were brave enough to take on Clovis West, and we tied them right here at Central High School. Thank you, Malachi, for showing that same kind of bravery. And if we could ever get mock trial at Glacier Point, I'd be proud to have you on my team. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Do we have any other comments? We do not. Okay. Do we have any comments from our telephone?
Yes, we do. We have about 11 people.
Okay. We can take our first caller whenever they're ready. Please remind them that they will have 1.5 minutes to address the board.
I'm waiting on the calls to come over, sorry. Our first caller is community member Jerry Bill. Jerry, you have 1:30, and your time starts now.
Yes, okay. Yes, my name is Jerry Bill. I'm a retired professor of sociology and American studies at Fresno City College, where I taught for 38 years, focusing much of my teaching on issues of race and racism, and very importantly, the impact of racism on our minority communities, and particularly the young people of our minority communities. And one of the big issues that went on all during those 38 years I was teaching had to do with role models. Why are we not elevating the role models of people of color and only putting sort of the white male faces up there? And it's time that changed. So I'm speaking in support of Malachi Suarez. It is time to do something so that our schools are named about role models that people can really look up to. And unfortunately, James K. Polk, I don't think has many redeeming qualities. Yes, it's true that there are people out there, everybody makes mistakes and so on, but when we're talking about Polk, it's not a minor mistake here or there. It's his whole career as president that is offensive to people of color, and even to me as a white man. I'm offended by what James Polk did. So I speak in favor of the name change. So please take this into consideration and act on it appropriately. Thank you.
Our next caller is Daisy Beeman, and she's with the Coalition to Support Malachi. Daisy, you're on. You have 1:30, and your time starts now.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here as a member of a coalition to support Malachi Suarez in renaming Polk School. I am African American, and there's a lot of talk about what would the slaves say if you turn them back. I say today, for my ancestors, act now. Give the school an honorable name, someone with character, that your slogan, every student, every classroom, every day can be proud of. Change the name now. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next caller is Janet Cabrera, and she's a teacher. All right, Janet, you're on with the board. You have 1:30, and your time starts now.
Okay. My name is Janet Cabrera. I'm Janet of the Polk
Janet,
student.
Janet, we're
Yes.
having a hard time hearing you. If you have the meeting on, can you turn it down on your end?
Turn it down on my end, like that.
We're still getting a lot of background noise. Static.
Okay.
Oh, we can hear you better though.
Hold on. Okay, great. Well, I just want to say that I want to support the name change. I think that James K. Polk is not a good name for the elementary school. It's not reflecting of the times right now, and I don't think, as a teacher also, that is representing your school district. So I really would choose for you guys to pick another name that would be more reflecting of your students' representation for that school. Did you hear that?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Janet.
Was everyone able to hear her comment?
All right, our next caller is Carlos Cabrera, and this is with Malachi's family. All right,
Hello?
Carlos, you are on. You have 1:30, and your time starts now.
Our names are Carlos and Dorothy Cabrera. We are Malachi's grandparents.
We believe in Malachi's petition to change the school name from James Polk to someone who is a positive role model in our community, such as Armando Rodriguez, Maria Moreno, Gary Soto, or John Sierra. Do your homework by choosing a name that represents the community. We as a community need to stop perpetuating white privilege. If you would bother to find out who James Polk was and what he did, then you would support Malachi, because then you would know it would be the right thing to do. If you do not have the courage to do what's right, then you should step down. Being a leader means doing the right thing every time, not just when it's easy or convenient. You all are just a bump in Malachi's staff. Malachi will succeed to change racism because representation matters. So do the right thing. Vote now to change the school's name. This took a lot of courage and time for Malachi to do, and we are very proud of him. He has had a lot of great accomplishments, and this was just one. So please vote to change that name. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Next up, we have Jessie Suarez, who's a grandparent. All right, Jessie, you're with the board. You have 1:30, and your time starts now.
Hi, I'm Jessie Suarez. I am a grandparent of 2 Polk students. I am also a retired Fresno Unified employee. I am calling to support my grandson, Malachi Suarez, in support of the name change. I hope the board will vote next meeting on this name change for all students at Polk School. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Our next caller is Victor Suarez, also a grandparent. Actually, we're moving forward here to Anaya Hoggett. Anaya, you have 1:30. You're with the board now, and your time starts now.
Perfect, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Anaya Hoggett. I'm a Central alum. I've been in the school district, the Central School District, from like K through 12, and I actually went to Polk K through 6th grade. So I'm aware of the history behind James K. Polk, and I'm actually a college student at an HBCU, which stands for Historically Black Colleges and Universities. So I've been learning a lot more about the history of racism, more than I've ever learned prior to college, and it's always been a really important fight and priority in my life as a young African-American woman. I support the fight to change the name because of the history the name holds and how society is moving today. Lately, our communities nationwide have been making changes to fight racism, and I think that changing the name of Polk would be a huge step towards the fight within our own neighborhoods right here in Fresno. So this is an action that will result in more actions to fight justice within our own neighborhoods. But I, for one, along with many others, am truly inspired by this young man. He saw an issue, and he's making the effort to get justice. Now, if that isn't inspiring enough, then I don't know what it is. Central Unified represents every student, every classroom, every day, and this fight is for every student in every classroom and will impact every day. I know it takes a lot of time, consideration, cost, and hard work to make these changes, but good change is never easy, and like Malachi said, that shouldn't be a factor that influences the decision to change the name of the school. I support the changing of the name because it benefits all races, our community, and generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Our next caller is Fidel Amezquita, an educator and community member. Fidel, you're on with the board. You have 1:30, and your time starts now.
Great. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this opportunity to speak to you. I would just like to say that I support young Suarez's petition to rename Polk Elementary. As an educator for 25 years, I support our future leaders in their quest to make changes. And as Mr. Young Suarez puts it, changes that will improve our future. So for that reason, I support his petition. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Our next caller is Raquel Hoskins, and she's a parent. Raquel, you're on with the board. You have 1:30, and your time starts now.
Yes, my name is Raquel Hoskins, and my son was actually in class with Malachi this past year. And I'm calling to support Malachi with the name change of the school, of Polk Elementary School. Just to reiterate some of the points that have been made tonight, how Polk, President Polk, waged this war against Mexico, and not unfortunately, but it was his plan. He meant to win this war. He didn't expect that it was going to take 2 years. And just some of the things that were mentioned earlier, that it wouldn't have happened if it had been somebody else. It would have, I don't know if the country would have continued expanding, or if it would have been done peacefully, but with this war, all the people who died, not just Mexicans, which I am Mexican, by the way, but also like soldiers who were sent to war, like 1 in 10 of them died. It was just a bad decision. And just one of the questions earlier was asked, who was Polk? Well, there you have it. There's a little bit of that. But to look at the other side also is to have a name in a school of someone who represents our community, or maybe someone that our students can look up to. And I don't know if our students are learning in school
Raquel,
about...
your time is up, Raquel.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Bye.
Our next caller is Camille Valentine, and she's in support of the name change. All right, Camille, you're on with the board. You have 1:30, and your time starts now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Camille Valentine, and I am a community supporter of the project for Malachi in the renaming of his elementary school from Polk Elementary to Mr. Moreno, or his suggested person in his website. And the reason that I believe that this is a really, really positive step in the direction for all Black and brown children that are coming up in the public school system is that they see and hear a history that is positive and empowering to them personally, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, because this carries with them into their adulthood. And what was really interesting is that my last name, my maiden name, is Polk. And I know the history of Polk, and being an African-American woman with a son also coming up and has graduated out of the public school system here in Fresno. It's really been impactful to know our history in a positive light. And so I think that this is a very bold statement that is being made here, and I really, really hope that it is supported. And I commend Malachi on his project and those who helped him get to this point. And so I really hope that we are able to see this in a positive light and not look at it as something negative. But I'm really in support of this project, and I really hope that others see the benefit of it passing.
All right, Camille, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, our next caller is Ashley Wagner. She's a community member and an employee. All right, Ashley, you're on with the board. You have 1:30, and your time starts now.
Good evening. I would like to take a second to address the name change. I understand that a lot of people have chosen to weigh in And a lot of those people are not a part of our community. As someone who is third generation alumni of Central Unified, my children have attended and are currently attending James K. Polk. I think it's important that everybody realize we have a community that is caring, loving, and represents everything the district stands for with Polk. I don't think that a name change is going to change that at all. I think that the community needs to weigh in, and I think that they deserve to know what the costs are going to be. And I second Mrs. Sellers, her bringing up the fact that this will set a precedence for every other school within the district. And currently, we have a high student to teacher ratio in the district, which is a huge problem within the district, and those are things that need to be considered when allocating funds for something of such a large magnitude like this. So I'm asking that the district please take the time to give the community the proper information before making a decision, and please allow us as a community to decide what we want.
All right, Ashley.
Not what people who do not live in our community represent.
Your time is up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Dominic Martinez, and they're a parent. All right, Dominic, you're on with the board. You have 1:30, and your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Dominic Martinez. I'm a parent of 3 children in the Central Unified School District, and I'm calling to support Malachi and changing the name of the Polk School. So going through school, being educated here, and going back to Fresno State right now, one thing became apparent is that the history books that taught me when I was younger were taught from one-sided view, and now a lot of the history books have changed to incorporate more people's views. And I think that is something that we need to continue with. It's something that we really need to push forward with. And also not to make sure that, money does not get in the way of setting a good example for our children. I teach my girls that change can happen, that things can be set right. And I think we really need to set the things right and make sure that we set a good example for our kids.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So before we get to the next caller, I do want to advise that we still have between 5 to 6 callers remaining. Next caller is Pua Lor, a community member and a parent. Hi there, you're on with the board. You have 1:30, and your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. My name is Pahua Lor, and I am Hmong American. I am also the proud parent of 4 children, ages 16, and the youngest being 7. With that said, Malachi is the bravest young man I have ever met. This young man researched, learned about James Polk, and came to educate and inspire all of us. Malachi is asking us and you as trustees to make a change. Change is hard but not impossible. This is an opportunity to give our children a teaching moment. History may have allowed slavery, racism, but it does not need to be our future. There will be those that don't understand the decision. There will be opposition, but you need to ask yourself, despite the opposition, the fear of change, what is the right thing to do? There was a comment made earlier about it potentially being costly to change the name, especially if others demand additional change. This is not about cost. Trustees, you were trusted with this job. Please make history right. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Our next caller is Tishka Hansen. She's a community member and a parent. All right, Tishka, you're on with the board. You have 1:30, and your time starts now.
Hi, I am a graduate of Central High School. I have lived in the district my entire life, and I currently have 2 children who are enrolled at elementary. I do not support the name change as Polk Elementary. I do believe that there are other ways that we can find to enlighten people on what he did versus changing the name of the school. I believe that if we do not teach history, we are bound to repeat it, and we certainly do not want history to go and be repeated in the future. We do not want to encourage racism to continue, and I believe that we can do that best by using examples of people who were influential during their time and teach about how we would do them differently now. But I don't believe that spending the money to change the name of the school would be in the best interest of our students or our community at large. I would encourage the board to reach out to parents and students who are currently in the district and not from parents and students outside of the district. We are the ones who have the most to lose by our children not receiving the funding to lower the class sizes and not be able to use that money for other things that are desperately needed in our district. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Our next caller is Juan Avidia. He's an educator and community member. All right, Juan, you're on with the board. You have 1:30, and your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Juan Rafael Avidia. I'm an educator and a longtime resident of Fresno and also an organizer in the community. I've been following Malachi's case for a name change, and as a history teacher, I'm impressed by him, but I'm also saddened to hear parents and educators bring up costs as a reason why not to change a name, or maybe try to gaslight everybody with alternative facts. I say this because as educators and elected representatives, one of the most important things to is maintain a relationship with a community. And if the relationship you have with the community or a child is poorly maintained for years and years, why do you think oftentimes people lack the motivation to want to get involved, to want to do better, to aspire? And so I encourage the board and I encourage elected officials, to make this change and be on the right side of history, because too many of us, including myself, have been ridiculed, were ridiculed, and are being ridiculed by not just their peers, but also educators with this history that today we saw unveiled. Today we had these January 6th hearings, and that didn't happen with Donald Trump. Donald Trump was the face of it, yes, but it led up to that, to where we are now in a position where we're watching this happen. Don't let that become Fresno. That will be an embarrassment. Malachi is doing the right thing for him. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. All right, our next caller is Dana Suarez Medina, and they're a community member. All right, Dana, you're on with the board. You have 1:30, and your time starts now.
I would just like first to say that, to address one of the callers, that we are all community, whether or not your child attends Polk or not, or whether you live in Central Unified or not, we are still community. I'm the aunt to Malachi and Phoenix who attend Polk Elementary. We are living in a world of change and woke culture. Your students are growing up in a time like no other generation has experienced. With that said, it should not surprise you that there is a movement started to change the name of Polk Elementary. Malachi's Community Service Project has provided sufficient reasons why James K. Polk should no longer have the privilege of having one of your schools named after him. A community petition has been circulated in support of the name change. I do not know if you know, but outside of the school, Malachi did win an award from Peace Fresno in recognition of his project. It is time for President Central Unified to be progressive and consider this name change. Malachi did what was asked of him by his teacher. In the end, his follow-through and diligence has brought it full circle to the Board of Trustees. I am in full support of renaming Polk Elementary, as should you. James K. Polk was a supporter of the racist politics of this country. It is time to give someone else place in Central's legacy and must be put on the agenda for next month. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for your time. All right, our next caller is Kaden Gongora, former student. Hi, Kaden, you're on with the board. Make sure your listening device is turned down. You have a minute 30, and your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. I am a former Polk student, and I'm opposed to the name change of Polk Elementary. I have been on the volleyball and softball team and have won championships with the name Polk. Being changed, I feel like that will be taken away from me. As Mr. Garrett always said, once a pioneer, always a pioneer. Thank you for your time, and good night.
Thank you for your time. Our next caller is Scott Lewis, a parent. Hi, Scott, you're on with the board. Make sure your listening device is turned down. You have a minute 30, and your time starts now.
Good evening, board members. Thank you very much for your time. Respect the fact that you do have a difficult job, and we appreciate the fact that you are showing. Simply want to state that a member of the community and a parent of Central Unified Children since 2008. In that time, I've been a part of, witnessed, had the pleasure of just being a part of this community, serving in a capacity mentor, coach, a volunteer, my actual profession, you name it, we've been there to support our community. During that time, I just have a real hard time with what I'm hearing, right? Because during that time, I've never witnessed any of the above. I've never witnessed anybody that was afraid to be a part of the central community, let alone the Polk community, that they were just that I don't feel that we foster that type of environment. And I would also not stand here and define what your moral compass should be. I would simply state what mine is. And we ask that you treat the presentation and the request in general for what it is. This is a politically motivated agenda that has nothing to do with the way anybody feels. It's going on across the country. Turn on the news. Now it's hit our community. I'll let you guys know we love our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. 2 callers remain, Norman Espinoza and their parent. All right, Norman, you're on with the board. Make sure your listening device is turned down. You have a minute 30, and your time starts now.
Hello, I'd like to address the school in terms of this name change, that I think the school should focus on the 3 R's and not on cultural norms of the time. You know, please stop erasing history. My family fled a country where erasing history was the norm, erasing street names, places, and schools. I really do think that as an immigrant and as a minority, street names or buildings don't hold down people. You know, students progress. They get educated as long as the school focuses on education. Manifest Destiny was a culture, was something that was normal in war. People talk about, well, you know, in war, things happen in war where there were Native Americans taking over other tribes, or there, you know, other countries going to war with other people. That's just how things happen, and I believe that they should leave things alone as it is and focus on, like, once again, focus on education and not on changing names. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. So we have 1 caller left, and I'm not sure if they dropped out, but that would be, no, they're still here. So Sharanjeet Brar, community member, former parent, and employee. All right, Sharanjeet, you're on with the board. Make sure your listening device is turned down. You have a minute 30, and your time starts now.
Okay.
Good evening. First and foremost, I want to say I'm calling to support Malachi. I don't know if the opposition is calling in saying this is about funding. I don't know if they're educated that funds that go into maintaining the schools, we can't take those funds and put them towards a name change. And if Malachi needs donations or support, we have a lot of the Punjabi community or Indian community that is backing him up and willing to do donations to help change the name. Let's support our students and stop supporting individuals that made bad choices. Why are we worried about money? We should support education. Support Malachi's cause and change the name. He's following your protocol on how to change a name. We all know what not to do, so please don't make us come out there and riot when one voice is being heard nice and clearly. Please, let's work together to change the name. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. And that concludes our comments by phone.
Thank you. That'll conclude our public comment. Now I will open the floor for board discussion. Comments, questions from the board? My recommendation remains the same to the board, to create an advisory committee who would be charged with surveying the Polk Elementary community to determine the support and consider the renaming if there is support, and also to determine the cost associated with any name change. That advisory committee would be just advisory. It would be consistent with our current board policies and bylaws. Further, we do have a specific board policy that addresses naming of facilities, and that would be Board Policy 7310. The renaming of existing schools or major facilities shall occur only under extraordinary circumstances and after thorough study. I believe that developing this advisory committee will provide us with the information that the board would need to then move forward with the item and to take the appropriate action. Trustee Solis?
Madam Chair, I'll take that, your recommendation, as some type of motion. If so, I would like to expand it to a district-wide committee and also expand the jurisdiction to include all schools and mascots within the district. If the community is going to go through this, I prefer them to go through it once, not for each school that we have on the rosters right now.
Okay, so the proposal would be to create an advisory committee that would review all of our current schools.
And mascots.
And mascots.
And make it a district-wide committee.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, can you repeat? Can you repeat?
Yeah, so my motion is to create an advisory committee who would be responsible, and I accept Trustee Solis's amendment. It would be to evaluate all of our Central Unified School District schools and mascots, and to take to conduct the appropriate study to determine whether there's support for renaming and the cost associated, and to bring that information back to the board. Trustee Solis, do you agree with that? Okay.
Yes.
So
and I'm assuming we're going to do it like we do our regular district committees, that there will be town hall meetings, that there will be staff assigned to assist the committee to journal what information is received from the community, and this will give the community, all the community, a vehicle to express their wishes.
Correct. So our policy limitations would be that the committee can only have up to 3 board members, of which one of them is the board president, so that would allow for 2 additional board members to serve on this committee. And then we would need to develop the criteria as far as who else is going to serve on the committee, and I would also support having the necessary staff in order to help us collect the information.
With that, I'll second your motion.
Okay. Discussion? Trustee Chan?
May I ask a question to the presenter?
Yes, absolutely.
Malachi, can I ask you a question?
Malachi, can you please join us at the podium?
Yes?
Malachi, it's clear you've done a lot of research. This is really important. You've obviously gone through a lot of steps for this. Can I just ask you, why is this so important to you?
It is important to me because it makes me feel disgusted that my school is named after such an awful person.
And can I ask you, how did this first idea to obviously enlist so many community members, to create a petition, how did this idea first come to you?
Well, I knew that Polk was a bad person, but I didn't know much about him. So, and the GATE program, there was a community service project, so I wanted to change the name of my school.
And you presented that to your GATE, as part of your GATE project then?
Yeah, I made a slideshow on Google Slides, and then that was what got approved as my GATE project. And then now I'm doing what I plan to do.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to hear from your own voice. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any further discussion? If not, we do have a motion on the floor. All in favor of supporting creating this advisory committee that would review all of our district schools and mascots, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Okay. So the only no vote is Trustee Paul. Did I register all the votes correctly? Okay, so motion carries 6-1. Thank you.
Can we comment on that?
And okay, we will move on to our next agenda item. Item L2, approve 2021-2022 contracts to support academic achievement. Superintendent Davis.
Thank you. This item returns to you from last meeting with one addition. You had asked or requested that we go and do some research on paper.co, the online tutoring. Wanted to bring back to you that we did request a different structure. They do not have a tiered system of cost for it. We can access monthly reports to really monitor the usage of this program. They have added access for our K-2 students with no change in cost should we want to use it. And I would like to note, as we did the research on this, the cost provided from the main competitor for this product was $31 an hour for tutoring. The cost in front of you for this contract that we are recommending is $28 for a year of unlimited access. So we would like to take the program and recommend its use for this year and evaluate its effect in helping in tutoring. In addition, there is an iReady contract, which is also an assessment program we use. It's an ongoing contract, and it's a renewal that's attached. After answering questions, we do recommend this item for approval.
Thank you. If administration can just let me know if we have any public comments on any items. Okay. Discussion by the board. Any comments or questions on this item? Trustee Chan.
Superintendent Davis, can I ask you, so the iReady program, that is the one that we've been sort of using to assess our students.
That's correct.
Especially at the elementary
Mm-hmm.
school.
Yeah, K-8.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Right, up to 8th grade. And then the paper education, this was the one that came one time.
Correct. You had asked us to do some follow-up information, see if we could change cost structure.
And so they did not allow a tiered process.
They don't do a tiered process. Okay. Correct.
I just wanted to verify that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? And just to confirm, this is a one-year contract, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then we're going to be able to receive information and evaluate the success of the program and determine whether we want to renew this contract.
Yes, we'll evaluate it. We'll share that information. It's also included as one of the actions in our LCAP in terms of tutoring. So,
Thank you. What are the wishes of the board on this item?
Move to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion by trustee Paul. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by trustee Cervantes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Our next item is hold a public hearing and approve July's quarterly Williams uniform complaint procedure. So at this time, I will open the floor and hold a public meeting. Is there any member of the public wishing to speak at this time? Hearing no comments, I will now close the public hearing. And now we will have Superintendent Davis.
No findings, recommend approval of this item.
Thank you. Hearing that there are no findings, are there any questions or comments from the board? What are the wishes of the board on this item?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion by trustee Cervantes. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by trustee Brooks. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries 7-0. Our next item is L4, approve 2021-2022 consolidated application for categorical funding. Superintendent Davis?
Thank you, President Carrillo. This item returns to you annually. It is our submission to request categorical fundings of Title I, II, III, and IV. It does not include the allocation, just our interest in following the obligations and receiving the money for our students. Following any questions that you may have, do recommend approval of this item.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, what are the wishes of the board on this item? I'll move to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Item L5, approve core and supplement materials for secondary courses. Superintendent Davis?
Thank you. We have one textbook up for review. It's been evaluated by the teachers of the course. It's for AP Human Geography. The textbook they currently have is not aligned to the new AP exam, and anytime that occurs, we want a book replacement for it. So we do recommend approval of this after I answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board? What are the wishes of the board?
So move.
Thank you. I have a motion by trustee Chan. I will second that. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Motion carries 7-0. Item L6, approve 2021-2022 professional development contract. Superintendent Davis?
Thank you. This is also contract renewal season for us to get ready for the year. You will see 3 professional contracts attached. The first 2 relate to our focus in mathematics and support of teacher education and classroom observation, coaching, and support that we believe is necessary to improve, and then also English learner support. These are all renewed contracts with expansion to include more schools in the participation of it. Happy to answer any questions. We do recommend approval. You'll notice that these are funded through the Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant, which formally came to you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? I do have a couple of questions. Are we getting any feedback, or how are we evaluating the success of these programs or the effectiveness of them?
We are getting feedback, and that's why they are returning with the CGI program. The only feedback and adjustment that we have made based on that feedback is the time of year we're hosting these is during the school year, so we can be in classrooms while it's occurring and not during intersession. And the DMTI has been used at 1 school, and we're expanding it to 4 campuses, and then we'll evaluate that work should we choose to go further. And English Learner Group, the same thing. The request of the school sites is to continue that work, and so that's what comes before you.
So this is for professional development. So is there any way to actually measure like the impact of this professional development? I mean, I don't know if it's actually feasible to correlate how effective it is in impacting and improving our students who are benefiting.
We do track and monitor the students that are enrolled in these classes with the teachers, and pay attention to the change over time. We have a slight dip in that we didn't have an assessment for part of the time after this began, so we'll have to use different assessments, which we have the iReady, as was just mentioned, that we can use to monitor it. We don't expect it to be an immediate change for significant change after one training. That's why you'll notice in these contracts that it's training over time and support over time.
Okay. I would like to see if there's no objection from the board when this item does return, or if there's additional professional development for the next year, that we get some information to the extent that we're able to.
You bet.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? Trustee Chan?
Can I ask you, Superintendent Davis, so I am familiar with CGI. Can you tell me a little bit, share a little bit in terms of the philosophy or the ideology around the DMT, sort of how is math sort of conceived or thought about in the DMT model?
Very similar to cognitively guided instruction in the problem-solving process and the thinking of students as the driver for their mathematical development. That is why it's being recommended as a companion to support our intermediate students. It's aligned closely with the language of the math framework, pays careful attention to the academic vocabulary, so there's consistency between what's being used in the primary grades and moving up through those intermediate grades. We had some middle school teachers see it at the National Conference for Mathematics, bring back some of the practices and then recommend it for use in one of our elementary schools. And we do see a connectedness between that problem-solving task. Looks different with a kindergartner than it might with a sixth grader, and so we want to make sure that we're equipping our teachers with those skills at whatever the age and developmental level of the student. So.
I have a quick question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
In regards to engaging our teachers and our people going through this professional development, what's it like in terms of the process of their feedback and how they feel about it? Is this well supported by our staff, et cetera?
Yes, and we ask for their feedback during the sessions, and that's, as I mentioned, the adjustment we've made was based on some of that feedback to when their training is occurring, and the frequency of it throughout the year was one piece of feedback we received. And in terms of the result part of it, that's the piece that we need to explore as well as within those classrooms. What's the student's response? If you are in the training, you participate in coaching sessions. Those coaching sessions, we get both in-person comments and feedback that are incredibly positive about the impact, and also follow-up emails frequently about continuing it, making sure it's available to teachers. So we feel strongly that these are programs that our teachers are wanting to have available.
So the feedback would be coming from department heads and staff, their staff?
Correct. In these cases, it would be the classroom teachers, because these two in front of you are for elementary. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You bet.
Any other questions or comments? What are the wishes of the board on this item?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Cervantes. I have a second by Trustee Solis. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries 7-0. And our final action item for today is approved board policy. Superintendent Davis?
Thank you. Sorry, I've got so many here, but it's that time of year. In front of you is a board policy, and it is coming to you for action. Let me explain why. The state has changed some legislation. There's a new law, AB 130, and the language that's associated with the board policy in front of you is representative of that law. It isn't language that we could discern or give choice to in terms of the language. It's the expectation that beginning with this school year, as it starts in just a couple of weeks, that we be ready to implement this. And so I do bring it to you straight to action. Happy to answer questions for you within it, if I can do so. Our team right now is working quickly with our online homeschool and our class Central Learning Campus to prepare to address the issues that come with this law. Most specifically, it is that school district continue to offer distance learning to students through an independent study model that follows very specific agreements within the master agreement and processes for tiered re-engagement strategies for students that may select not to return to their home school this coming year because they, for whatever reason, want to continue to engage in a distance learning or independent study program, but make sure that we don't lose sight of those students in that process and that we have some very specific plans in place to support students that choose to continue distance learning. We are in a great place in that you supported the opening of the Central Online Homeschool this last year, so we are not having to scramble right now to create a program. Our families know a program is available, and should they choose to select it, we already have it in place. Our Central Learning Adult School, being an independent studies school as well, will also follow these same changes. So following any questions you have, we do recommend the approval of this so that we can prepare everything required to present to our parents and families regarding independent study as an offering.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this item?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Solis. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Trustee Brooks. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. We move on to our information items.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to see if you would entertain a motion to move item 2 under M up. I see representatives from the police department who have been patiently waiting for their items, so could we move that to the top of the agenda over 1?
Thank you, Trustee Solis. You beat me to it. Is there any objection to moving item M2 to M1? So hearing the item first, and that would be receive information regarding renewal of the law enforcement service contract between Central Unified School District and Fresno Police Department. Hearing no objection, we can hear that item first. Okay, Assistant Superintendent Collegian.
Thank you, President Carrillo. Central Unified School District currently receives law enforcement services and support by school resource officers in partnership with the Fresno Police Department. Schools within the city limits are served by 3 Fresno Police Department SROs. The recommendation in this contract is for those 3 SROs, Officer Rich Lujan, Officer Sheila Chandler, and Officer Todd Steinhardt, to serve as SROs at the East Campus, Justin Garza High School, and Pershing Pathway Schools. Although this contract does not, will no longer have SROs assigned specifically to middle schools, administration can call dispatch for support or, of course, 911 in the event of an emergency. District administration is currently looking into providing additional support and services for the middle schools to re-engage students and support them and provide them with support strategies to be successful in school. SROs work under the direct supervision of the Fresno Police Department in collaboration, of course, with site and district administration to engage students and support of safety and positive campus environments while assisting school staff with safety issues. Roles and expectations of SROs are detailed in Exhibit A, which you'll find in the contract that's attached to this item of the proposed agreement, along with the responsibilities of the SROs, Fresno Police Department, and Central Unified, also detailed in which you'll find in Exhibit B. The proposed agreement is a 3-year agreement, which would be in effect from July 1st to 2021 through June 30th of 2024. An overview of the fee schedule has been provided for the board's review, with the complete details of financial impact being in Exhibit C in the proposed agreement. Please note that for the 21-22 school year, the total contract amount has been reduced by a credit of $91,000 approximately in reduction because of the recognition of reduced services during school closures, with the total cost of year 1 being just north of almost $393,000 in contract. Administration is recommending this item be placed on the August 10th, 2021 board agenda as an action item. Happy to answer any questions the board may have regarding this topic. Also, again, as Mr. Solis pointed out earlier, that we do have representatives here from the Fresno Police Department. I'd like to officially welcome Police Chief Paco Balderrama, Deputy Chief Burke Farah, Sergeant Boyer, and SROs Rich Lujan and Todd Steinhardt here in our presence. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will first take public comment, and then we will engage in board discussion, and we can address the officers if we have any questions. Clerk Brooks?
First, we have John Flores. And after that, we have Gina Sellers.
Mr. Flores, you will have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello again. Hello again. In the aftermath of George Floyd, many public schools are being quick to cut ties with their local law enforcement agencies. This is dangerous for many reasons, including those that have nothing to do with crime on campus. What these decisions are doing is portraying police officers inherently untrustworthy, a decision that will negatively impact all future interactions between students and police, which in itself makes policing more dangerous. These are not objective, fact-based arguments, but arguments focused on how some students, particularly students of color, feel when they're around cops. But these feelings of distrust are all only exacerbated by ill-advised adults making decisions for them. A very easy way to repair future relationships between the public and the police is to start off by having good relationships. When we interact with police officers as adults, it's usually due to a pressing public safety matter or a low-level misdemeanor behavior like speeding. While misinformed parents fill their kids' brains with mistruths, criminal law enforcement is hardly the only role for officers, or SROs as they are commonly called. It doesn't even have to be the main one. SROs are certainly there for protection and deterrence, but studies show that SROs spend considerable time mentoring students, providing medical assistance, and enhancing community relations. And especially in these roles, SROs can truly shine. When children have positive actions with SROs throughout their education, it changes their perception of officers. And yes, punishing someone for burning rubber in the parking lot can provide some good life lessons. A 2019 study showed that 13% of California kids carry a gun to school at least once every 30 days. And recently a man entered a Fresno school campus with a gun. Thankfully, no one was injured. We live in troubled times, but some people are willing to risk those 13% odds because they don't like cops. Yet our schools were shut down for a year because of a 100% chance of catching a virus. 13% versus 0%. There's no comparison. Please keep the blue in school. Thank you.
Thank you. Who was our second speaker?
Gina Sellers.
Is she still here? Yeah, I didn't think so either. Okay. Do we have any comments telephonically?
No public comments by phone.
Thank you. Hearing no further public comments, any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Solis?
I'd like to give the chief a few minutes to speak. What areas does he feel he would like his people to focus on pertaining to this contract?
Good evening, board president, superintendent. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'll make this very brief. I just want to reaffirm and reiterate our partnership with the Central Unified School District. We are providing a service that I believe is important. The purpose of having school resource officers on campus is first and foremost to create a safe environment for all our kids, students, staff members, teachers, administrators. Secondly, is to build trust. I am a product myself of a school resource officer who poured into me when I was a high school senior, got me my first job, and really is a big reason why I am where I'm at today. This is a service that is needed in our schools. I believe that we have to build relationships, we have to mend relationships, we have to provide a safe environment for our kids, all kids to be able to learn, especially in light of recent violent crime here in Fresno. So I just want to reaffirm that that is the goal of the program. It is not to introduce students into the criminal justice system too early. It is to keep the campus safe. So I'll entertain any questions you guys might have.
Thank you. Any questions? Trustee Maley?
Thank you for coming. Do you recommend or entertain the presence of a K-9 on site as well?
You know, that's a very interesting question. You know, what we use canines for now is just for drug detection, and that is really up to the administration. I don't really support it, but I'm also not going to exclude it if that is an issue within campus. Canines have been used to detect drugs on campus and a lot of other different schools, and it can provide for a safer environment. So that is something that you know, we would be open to. Obviously, they're here strictly for detection of narcotics and nothing else.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes.
Trustee Cervantes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you.
With that being said, I'd like to know what your vision is when your officers are on our campuses, how they engage students. Do they look for at-risk students? Do they kind of engage them? Do they try to get them involved in different programs like PAL, maybe changing the course of their life in terms of maybe from not so law-abiding to maybe perhaps even wearing the badge? Things of that nature. What's your expectation of your officers when they come to our campuses? And what should we be looking for besides their presence?
Well, you asked, you know, several questions there. Number one, the expectations is that they act professionally. These officers who work on campuses, they want to do that job. They're hand-selected because they love kids. They have a heart for children. They want to mentor. This is something that they want to do. As a matter of fact, being an SRO is actually a highly coveted assignment on the Fresno Police Department, but not everybody can be a school resource officer. So my expectation is that they're going to be mentors, that they're going to be leaders, that they're going to engage with your students, that they're going to get out of the office, they're going to walk up and down the hallways, that they're going to be a welcoming, inviting staff member. I really look at my SROs as an extension of your staff. You know, we work together, we have a common mission, and the goal is to be in unison in our goals and our vision. Long-term vision, I love the fact that you mentioned PAL. We have a lot of youth outreach opportunities that we are going to begin to incorporate. I come from a different police department in the Midwest, which was very, very big on youth outreach, and we had about a $6 million budget every year, which consisted of about 43 police officers who did nothing but school resource officers, youth outreach, gang prevention, gang awareness, police athletic league. That was their full-time job. And the job of the SRO was to identify those kids who were at risk, who needed mentoring, who needed somebody in their life to help guide them, to help lead them. And they would find those individual students that they would refer them to our youth outreach programs. And that's where we found, we would find basically the brightest kids. We started a program called the Youth Leadership Academy, and it was a mentoring program that was year-long for high school seniors. It's the type of program I would want my kids to be a part of. Taught them great life skills. So that's what I see the vision here in the next few years, and I'm trying to leverage, you know, resources that we have at City Hall in order to create that environment. We're not there yet, but we got to start somewhere.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Trustee Paul?
Thank you for being here, Chief.
Thank you.
Quick question for you. As far as presence on campus, is there going to be any change to, I don't know, physical look, how they interact, anything with clothing or anything like that? Is there going to be any change to that?
No solid decisions have been made. That's something that I've been very open to. And, you know, because these officers are here to protect your kids and protect your staff members, I am open to any recommendations. There are other models that have used kind of a softer uniform, but that comes with limitations. You know, the officers carry the gear that they carry because that's what they need to perform their job, and that includes traffic enforcement and directing of traffic. You know, they have certain things that they have to have on uniform in order to do their jobs. So if we change that anyway, it's going to limit them. So that's my only precaution. You know, I happen to like this uniform. I believe that you know, when young people see this uniform, they should see somebody and someone that's going to protect them, that someone that they can have trust in. So that's, you know, I'm definitely open to any recommendations.
Thank you for the response. I'm not saying I'm in favor of it. I was just wondering if you were planning that. Thank you.
So that's a great segue. Thank you, Trustee Paul. So on Exhibit B, one of the second to last points is to consider a casual uniform for SROs. So what is the relationship, or how do you envision the discussions between, is this something that we as a board would propose, or are there discussions with administration at this point to consider whether we have any support from our students, I mean, I particularly would be interested in hearing from our students, but also from our teachers or our staff, as far as whether that's something that would really benefit our Central Unified community.
Yeah, that's, so we're basically doing the same thing with the other, large school district here in the area. And they've proposed the same thing, although no recommendations have been made yet. We recently modified the uniform of another one of our units. It used to be the Homeless Task Force, now it's the Heart Team. And basically it's BDU pants and a polo shirt. And they can still wear their vest under their polo shirt. So it's a little bit softer of a uniform that doesn't look so militaristic. But again, if there is an issue on campus and they have to take action, they have the gear that they need on that uniform. That includes that exterior vest, that includes extra sets of handcuffs, that includes many things that they need to do their job. So I don't want to limit them in the event of an emergency, but certainly if it's going to build trust, create a more approachable relationship between the SROs and the students, that's something that I'm open to.
Under the same Exhibit B, and I believe in the other document, it talks about tracking positive interactions with students. But is there any proposal, or how do you envision tracking negative interactions? So whether that leads to an arrest, any criminal prosecution, I'm interested in knowing how this is going to benefit our students. I understand, and it's written all over the contract and the Exhibit A and B, it's to provide a safe school environment. But how are we going to accomplish that while still ensuring that we are creating these positive relationships, as our community members have stated and as you've stated? Because right now the culture and the comments that I've heard from students and our families are they're afraid to be on campus because there's a police officer. So how can you articulate some specific ideas or some trainings? The descriptions talk about being open to receiving cultural proficiency and restorative practices if it aligns with the police department. So when would it not align, or what should we expect in having this type of language in these descriptions?
So I'm glad you brought that up, because I believe that metrics are very, very important. And if we're going to have a program such as the SRO program, we should see what our police officers are doing, how they're responding to the kids and the students. So what we've done this year is we've gone back and we've looked at our tracking system for interactions, and we've made sure that everything's being tracked. Not just arrests, which are fairly small, felony arrests. I believe we had 9 in the entire district for felony arrests. Now, keep in mind, a felony arrest, that's a big deal. It can be a sexual assault. It could be an assault with a deadly weapon. That's bringing a gun to school. Those are serious offenses that, that's not the type of thing you use discretion on. That's something that has to be documented. But those minor offenses, I've told my officers that, we shouldn't be in the business of enforcing house rules. We're here to enforce the law. So therefore, if a certain school has, hey, you wear a green T-shirt on Wednesday, well, that's not something we're going to enforce. That's not against the law. That's more of a school policy, and that's really more for the administration to enforce, not us. Tardies is another, great example. You're within the school. If you're late to class, that's not really a police issue. So I really want my officers to work in tandem with your staff in order to develop those restorative justice practices. Should it be punitive, and should it be a police officer that's enforcing those types of rules? I say not. We're here to keep the school safe. If somebody commits a felony, then obviously we have to take action. But that rarely happens in a school year. What we're doing is we're tracking all interactions, whether it's an arrest, felony, misdemeanor, citation, whether it's a mentoring opportunity. I believe we need to track those positive interactions as well, because there's a lot more of those than there are negative interactions. So I think in a given year we can look at those metrics, and we can see if we are enforcing the law disproportionately, and then take action. You asked about training. We do a national training, which is a national SRO certification, but in my opinion, that's not enough. And I hear great things about that certification that all the SROs go through. They went through it this summer, by the way, because I want to make sure that they were all certified before they started the school year. But if we're using some type of a new training for your staff, whether it's de-escalation, whether it's multicultural awareness. I believe we should have the same training that your teachers do. So I'm very much open to including them in it. You know, we shouldn't be practicing something by the teachers and then our SROs not know, you know, what those practices are. I think we should be at least familiar with it so we can be a reinforcement to whatever practice we want to have at each school.
Thank you. I have some questions for administration. The contract is proposing having SRO officers only at the high schools. Previously, we used to have them, and I don't oppose to that, but there are some questions that I've been receiving. Why is administration recommending, or whose recommendation is it to only have our SRO officers at the high school? And do we have any information, any data to support the decision not to have them at our junior highs?
As an administration team, we've been discussing this very matter for some time now. And ultimately, we landed on the data that Chief Balderrama mentioned here just a few moments ago. And just reviewing the data that we've had, you know, at our middle schools alone, and criminal citations, if you will, they were considerably low, and felt that it didn't warrant daily SRO coverage at the middle schools. Although we do know that you know, we've had a presence there in the last 10 years or so here in Central Unified, and the relationships they've built with students there and staff there has been significant. The input from site administrators and some teachers that we have received, but ultimately we landed on the data knowing that it just didn't support having extra officers, SROs, to serve or be assigned to the middle schools, and felt that it was prudent to have them solely at the high schools, similar to other school districts in our region.
Thank you. What training, or what are we doing differently this year or from this point on to ensure that our administration is properly trained to distinguish between situations, disciplinary situations, where our SRO should not be involved?
Sure.
Except for some of our newer trustees, we've all seen the disciplinary matters. We may disagree on some of them, and in my opinion, some of them did not resulted in the criminal prosecution or in the discipline that was provided because we involved law enforcement. So what are we doing, and where do we draw the line to ensure that we are using our restorative measures and that we're not being part of the larger statistical analysis and information that's been provided of this direct pipeline to our prisons, because it's a disservice to our students?
I agreed. I think the first step, President Carrillo, was to have the conversations with our administrators and realize and understand what exactly is the school's reach and intervention, and what exactly is law enforcement's reach. I think step one, you know, occurred in the past few years, where the SROs are based out of on the school sites aren't connected to administration offices or vice principal's offices. They're, you know, in a separate setting than where the vice principals sit. I think that's part one, as at least making the step towards making that to distinguish between what is administrative reach and what is law enforcement reach. But I think to better answer your question is to sit down and have this dialogue with school administrators and identify and discuss what is their purview and what is the purview of law enforcement, and making sure that those lines don't intersect when they don't need to. I think, truthfully speaking, there will be times, I think, again, Chief mentioned, you know, when we have situations where there are felonies and we have to work closely with them to address the issue on campus. We understand that that's something we'll need to work together on. But other issues, and I'll use the Chief's terminology, you know, more, enforcing house rules, that's our job. That's our work. And reiterating that and providing training and further dialogue with our administrators to do so is a big next step for us, because this would be a change in practice.
Do we ever solicit any feedback from our students directly? So other than this public forum of having our board evaluate and receiving public comments, do we ever just ask our students, how do you feel about our officers? How can we change it? How can we improve your interactions with them? Because, I mean, I like what I'm reading, and I hope this does come into fruition and that I start to hear more positive interactions.
Not
You've
formal,
talked about rebuilding that relationship, and I think this is a great opportunity, but it's going to take both our district and your officers. But how do we start to change that so that if we're going to have them here and we're spending $500,000
Sure.
that we can allocate to support learning loss or other services for our students, are we asking them how we can improve?
President Korea, not formally, but we have lots of anecdotal information from students interacting with teachers or administrators, or even with our SROs, going back many years. Nothing formal has been done officially in previous years regarding that sentiment. However, it's something we could certainly look into and get the voice of our students and staff formally and identify ideas and next steps on how those relationships can be improved, or give us input on what other additional things that we can add to help build and promote some of those positive relationships that the chief spoke to.
Thank you. Trustee Solis and then Trustee Paul.
Well, first of all, I'll be speaking in favor of this item. I guess my question would go to the superintendent. Hearing the questions that some of the board members took the time to speak to, I would assume you're not opposed of utilizing our area administrators to start a dialogue with our principals and administrative staff for the concerns previously spoken to, as well as connecting with our student body, either engaging through the student council, their elected representatives, or also our juvenile justice program that we have going on. Utilizing them as a vehicle to get input and then bring that input back to us. Is that correct, ma'am?
Absolutely, and our area administrators are here to hear this and understand the role that they can play in the day-to-day work beyond the training that Assistant Superintendent Collegian mentioned. They're great ideas and we appreciate them.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Collegian, could you remind me where we currently have SROs at the middle schools? At every one, or they alternate? I forget.
So in our current setup, this prior to Justin Garza High School, we had one SRO assigned to East Campus, one SRO assigned to Glacier Point, Rio Vista, and then the third and final one was assigned to Pathway Pershing Continuation School and a few days at El Capitan Middle School.
Thank you. So I guess my question to anyone who wants to answer it is, we're considering the proposal is not to have an SRO at the middle schools. Could the, good behavior or the relative lack of incidents be because we have the presence currently? Has that been evaluated, or could you speak to that? Thank you.
I suppose you can make an inclination that their presence had an impact that could provide data, as you mentioned, but I can't certainly speak to empirical evidence that would validate that. But as mentioned before, Mr. Paul, positive feedback from the middle schools regarding relationships with their SROs. Sheila Chandler has been with us for 10 plus years, and she's been active at El Cap, Rio, and Glacier recently over the years, and always had, at least in the information I've collected and the dialogue I've had, the interactions have always been very positive with the relationship she's built at those school sites. I think that's the best I can answer the question you have.
Thank you. So I heard someone saying it might have been you and it might have been the chief, I can't remember who, that it's a trend to move away from having SROs in middle school. Did I hear that properly?
I know that in some of our neighboring school districts, they've went away from that.
Okay.
But typically, just from the general conversations I've had with some of my colleagues in different school districts, it's not very common, at least in our area, to have an SRO at each middle school,
okay,
or at middle schools. Some smaller school districts have relationships with the police department or law enforcement that's maybe in their area, and the relationships they've built perhaps has provided some services to them that made them feel comfortable with the relationship.
Thank you. Chief, could I ask you to comment on that as far as your
Sure.
experience?
Well, and just to be perfectly clear, I'm not here to advocate for more SROs, especially at the middle schools. Fresno Unified did vote to remove them about this time last year, and they're regretting that decision because they've asked for them back. They actually approved that in the budget, and I don't have the officers to give them. Okay, so they're going to have to wait an entire school year without school resource officers in their middle schools, and I hope things go well. Typically, and like I said, I'm not advocating one way or the other. Typically, what you want is for no incidents at a middle school. So if you have an SRO at a middle school and you have a very safe school with no incidents whatsoever, then you're getting your money's worth 100%.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Can you comment on the reason why they wanted to, or they requested the SROs to come back?
I don't know for certain. I know that the decision was made in the middle of the defunding movement, and it was something that they felt that maybe they had to do to appease, public sentiment. I wasn't here. All I can go off of is what I've read in the news prior to my arrival here in January. But again, they formally requested that, and they actually approved that in the budget this year. And I declined their request simply because I don't have the bodies. I would have to pull them from patrol officers, and my current condition is that I barely have enough police officers to respond to 911 calls. So it's for me, it's not about the money. We have the money. It's about having the adequate personnel to police the city.
Thank you very much.
Trustee Solis?
Motion to approve.
It's actually as an information item today, yes. I have two last questions for tonight, at least. The Fresno Police Department responsibilities under Exhibit B talk about developing and implementing measures to track and monitor the effectiveness of SRO services. Can you elaborate? I mean, that's very broad and subjective as to the effectiveness. So what do you envision as far as how will you evaluate their effectiveness at our campuses?
Well, there's a lot of metrics for that. Obviously, you want zero incidents, or how many incidents do we respond to and we handle for in administration. I think that's another metric. But arrest is one, but that shouldn't be the other one, the only one. It should be positive interactions, and that's really what I'm more focused on. In my experience, not just as a police chief here, but also working with SROs and supervising SROs, is that the higher number of positive engagements that you have, you tend to have a safer school. You tend to have fewer incidents. So it should be quality interaction with the kids. I have school resource officers who have adopted kids from the school. I have school resource officers who have started basketball programs out of their own pocket without being paid a dime for it. I have SROs who have started mentoring programs after school, and all this, in my mind, enriches a school because you have a positive engagement with the police officers. What we're trying to do is we're trying to really have buy-in from the school resource officers that when there is an after-school event, they're showing up on their own time. They're showing up in plain clothes and with their families. So the students can see that not only do they care, but they're part of that growth environment and people that support them. Creating a support system for our kids so they can succeed, so they can get ideas of what they want to be in the future, I think is a great investment. So one of the things we're doing with Fresno Unified is that we're allowing them to have influence on the metrics. If there is a school where there is disproportionate discipline being done to certain people, certain races, certain genders, well then we want to know about that too, because there may be something wrong. There may be some retraining that needs to happen, and we rather get that very, very early and make the change, make the fix, than wait till we have a negative outcome. So I mean, those are just some ideas, and we don't have all the answers. That's why we're working together with the educators so they can try to give us some more ideas of what do we need to engage. But I'm kind of a numbers guy. I'd rather track more of what we need and then not need the information than not have the information at the end to make decisions.
Thank you. My last question for tonight is really for our administration. Under the same exhibit, Central Unified Responsibilities includes developing an annual report highlighting the efforts of our SROs on district campuses. I want to ensure that report is being presented to the board. If this board needs to take any action or provide direction or whatever additional support to help build that relationship, we need to be informed.
Thank you, will do.
Thank you. That'll conclude my questions. Does anyone have any other questions? This is an information item. So my last comment on this item will be to our community that's listening and watching, to our students, our parents, our families, our teachers. If you have any comments in support or against our approval of the contract, this item is returning to our agenda as an action item to our August 10th, 2021 board meeting. So I welcome, please call, email, communicate, contact us some way or another. I would love to hear, and I'm sure many of us sitting on this board would love to hear how you feel and what your thoughts are, and really how we can improve this relationship between our students and community members with our resource officers as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you for all that you do for our kids.
Absolutely. Thank you. We move back to item M1, receive information on back to school plan 2021-2022, and this will be handled by all of our administrators.
And we've got a presentation, so Mr. McLean will pull that up and I'll kick it off, and then, thank you. Well, we go back to school Wednesday, August 11th, and we're excited. We've got a lot to do before then, and so we just want to take an opportunity to check in, make sure you're aware of what is about to occur. In terms of registration information that's critical to our families, we've been trying to communicate out. Our new communications officer has done some videos. We've done some flyers out in multiple languages to make sure our families know that as of today, all of our school offices are open. They typically open the week of August. We took some good advice and opened early to make sure families that have not been connected to First School for a while can get their questions answered and get assistance. I also noted in my announcement, and I do want to take a moment to remind our Justin Garza High School families who are new family members and have probably very different questions, that currently their office access is at the district office, room 11, and we encourage them to go on August 9th to the open house, open campus for their questions to be answered. School office hours are 8 to 11 at all of our campuses and 1 to 4, so our lunch breaks are different so that families who need
Superintendent
time.
Davis, if I can interrupt you, I'm sorry, so I don't have to do this once you get in detail the presentation. Can I get a motion to extend the board meeting past 10 p.m., please? Okay, I have a motion by Trustee Solis. I have a second by Trustee Chan. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you.
And we've also connected on getting air conditioning fixed. I know everybody's very, very warm, so. If I could go into health and safety as well, I think the most popular topic of late has been the mask wearing, and we will follow CDC guidance, and masks will be required of all staff, whether vaccinated or not, inside our buildings. Outdoor masks can be removed. In addition, we'll continue the layered approach for support. We expect students to go through a screening with their parents, just as our staff does at the start of each day, and if they are exhibiting symptoms, that they stay home. Hand washing will be required. Outdoor play is now open. Our students in summer school were pretty excited about that. By wearing masks indoor, it does allow the physical distancing requirements to be reduced. I think you're gonna...
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Also, this information here is regarding athletics and the performing arts. We are currently waiting further guidance on how athletics and visual performing arts from the California Department of Public Health and CIF, although recent guidance is recommended by the Fresno County Department of Public Health to continue surveillance testing for our student athletes and our band and choir students in grades 7-12. So we'll continue to randomly test them on a monthly basis. In addition to that, PPE continues to be available for all students and staff.
We do understand some parents may be continuing to look for an option to stay on distance learning, and so in that case, we have been trying to advertise and recommend that they reach out to the Central Online Homeschool. Class also has an independent study program. The reason we're recommending the Central Online Homeschool to begin with is space availability currently there, and it is the most like what they were used to in prior year. It does require, as you saw in the board policy earlier tonight, some required time or connectedness with school that would look different than last year, but it is still an option for those families that feel that's the safest option for them.
This slide here is in reference to surveillance testing and vaccinations and contact tracing. Information regarding vaccination can be found on our district website. Also, we are continuing to partner with United Health Centers to provide vaccination clinics. We'll have dates and locations advertised to our community here shortly. Health Department personnel, of course, is available to answer any questions regarding vaccines. Surveillance testing, again, per guidelines by the Department of Public Health. Surveillance testing will continue through the 21-22 school year on a monthly basis. Contact tracing will also continue to be conducted by our site health department employees, along with some assistance with some trained substitute personnel to assist in this matter with students and staff. Protocols for contact tracing will be in alignment with the Public Health Department, and again, guidelines have been established for those who have been vaccinated or unvaccinated regarding contact tracing.
I'll take the next slide. And again, I apologize for the discomfort tonight. We discovered that there was a mechanical failure and the maintenance team is working on getting that fixed. So apologize for the discomfort. So in regards to our schools, again, we're following the most current guidance, which is that recommend to hand washing stations at sites to have frequent hand washing. In terms of cleaning and disinfecting, that'll continue on a daily basis, again, kind of reflecting the current research on what to do with cleaning and disinfecting. And lastly, we have HVAC air purification systems in place in all of our classes and other areas where we have students and staff. In regards to child nutrition, it's been in the news most recently that California is now in the budget bill passed the ability to have universal free meals for all students. We actually had implemented that earlier last school year with our community eligibility provision program, so we will be continuing that. Our point of sale systems, we're operating under a no-touch system. We are not at this point required to use single-use items and prepackaged meals as was the case previously, so that's been relaxed somewhat. In the cafeterias, the guidance states that we are to distance as much as possible, and so we are working with our sites to do that and as again under the constraints that we have and the room that we have. We try to get people outdoors when we can, and that's reflected in grades 7 through 12 for sure, and where we can on our elementary campuses as well. And lastly, transportation has not changed too much from what we had last year. Masks required at all times. Students only allowed to ride their assigned bus. Daily sanitization on buses. Hand sanitizers will be available. And again, the recommendation to crack the windows open, to have airflow, air circulating throughout the bus, and maintaining appropriate numbers of students per bus.
So those are the health and safety logistics for us. We've got a lot of work to do to get students ready. We're encouraging our families to make a connection and ask the questions they have that can reassure them so that they're students and they are comfortable with return. And our staff returns tomorrow, as we mentioned, for Administrative Institute and to begin the work, which they've already been working on to welcome our students back, to be ready to meet their needs, to be very aware of social, emotional, and behavioral supports that are going to be needed right off the bat, and significantly to get in classroom, on grade level instruction, support for our students to have their academic success next year. We're going to have them all day, and we need to use that time really well. So happy to answer any questions you have. Otherwise, we'll provide a follow-up update the night before school begins, August 10th, at our next meeting.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the public?
None by phone.
Thank you. Questions from the board? I have a couple, and then Trustee Solis. So go ahead, Trustee Solis, and then Trustee Cervantes.
Are we going to do we have plans on utilizing the COVID state funds, possibly for a contract for contact tracing? Right now, we're using our nursing staff, correct?
Yeah, we are currently using our nursing staff, and we have 12 substitutes who are interested in helping us and expand the services, who will be trained this next week in doing so.
Isn't there?
But the first part of your question was what again? I'm sorry.
Can't we put out a contract for that service?
I believe there are independent contractors out there doing contact tracing. That is an option, and yes, COVID funds can cover that service.
Ms. Superintendent, are you going to look into that for us and bring it back?
We can do so. We have already pursued, as was just mentioned, hiring a sub-team to begin that work and offset what our nurses have been doing in prior years, but we can also compare it to an alternative plan of outsourcing.
All right, thank you.
Welcome.
Trustee Solis, can I get clarification on that response? So we're looking to contract with another team to oversee or manage the contact tracing, or what are we currently considering?
Do you want to talk through the plan right now?
So what we're currently doing, or the suggestion Mr. Solis just said, which?
No,
what we're currently doing?
Administration is currently doing and what they were anticipating
What we're currently
or planning to do.
What we're currently doing is using our health services staff along with, we have 12 substitutes currently right now, certificated substitutes who are interested in helping expand these services above and beyond the health services team. We're looking at assigning 3 or 4 per region in Central Unified to help with the calls and the contact tracing. The Fresno County Superintendent of Schools has a training scheduled for any staff. Does not have to be health services staff to conduct contact tracing. So our plan was to put these interested parties through that training and then have them work with us to expand the services of the health services team. I think the second request was to us to look into outsourcing contact tracing altogether. And I know that there's companies out there who are advertising their services and doing so, and we can certainly look into that per direction.
Have we looked at that before? Did you guys consider and evaluate?
No, all of our contact tracing is done in-house. There hasn't been much discussion regarding it, but it is an interesting item to look into.
Thank you. Trustee Solis, go ahead.
The only point I was making into looking at, if we try to quilt a system together, it's more chances people are going to fall through the cracks, where if there are companies that provide this service, to look into them providing the service, what the cost would be, also looking at see if the state funding will pay for that, then we evaluate what's better for the district.
Absolutely,
That's my only point. I'm not advocating we do it. I'm not advocating we don't do it. I don't have enough information.
I think it's worth valuable effort to look into that very thing, because I know that our health services staff would greatly appreciate it, knowing that we have all of our students returning in a couple of weeks, that the work that they did while they were in school closure versus what it would look like when students and all staff are on campuses certainly can ramp up what contact tracing can look like with everybody on campus. So I would welcome that inquiry, and I'm confident, I know that Steve's here too, that COVID funds, Mr. Solis, can certainly pay for that. I think I've seen guidance there regarding that matter.
All right, and then my second question has to do with food services. It's my understanding that the cafeteria for Garza will not be open. What steps are being taken? Basically, the kitchen's going to be putting out some extra meals. Are we bringing on extra staff to handle that? What steps are you taking place?
Yeah, with regards to Garza, we do have the staffing available to assist us during the time as we're finishing that work. So there will be meals provided coming from other campuses nearby.
So where are the meals coming from?
Which schools?
Yeah. What kitchen's making this?
Oh, we have Glacier Point right next door. We have the resources we need to get the food there.
All right.
Yes.
At this stage, do we have a specific plan in place? I mean, can you identify, other than, are they solely coming from Glacier Point since it is next door, or are we rotating do we have a plan that you can share with us at this point?
There is, I can follow up with some more information for the board on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anything further, Trustee Solis?
No, thank you.
Okay, and then was it Trustee Cervantes? And then Trustee Chan, or did you have questions, Trustee Paul? Okay, Trustee Cervantes and then Trustee Chan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick question in regards to enrollment. Does it look like we have a fair amount of kids that are wanting to come back, parents are wanting to come back, or do we have a larger amount of kids that are are gravitating toward the online? That's my first question.
So first answer. We have about 100 students right now that are enrolled in our online homeschool. We are having calls come in daily for more information, but not all of them are translating to an enrollment. They're trying to just understand more about their options. Most students are electing to return to school and are excited to do so from the information we're getting.
Okay, thank you. Second question, in regards to the surveillance testing, are we antigen or PCR molecular based?
Currently, it's a PCR test through United Health Services. PCR.
PCR, that's good. It's a higher ratio to the Delta variants. And then obviously we're continuing to pivot. I'm going to ask a question that nobody wants to ask, but I think it's coming. And we see that government agencies more and more than mandating the vaccine. You see it in the hospitals, you're starting to see it in the clinics, you're starting to see it in some of the governmental agencies, and I'm speculating it's soon to surface in the school. Has there been discussion? Where are we at with that? Do we have enough information to be able to speak about it at this point? I'd like to know what the overview is. That's a tough one, I know.
I'm going to do my best to answer the question, Trustee Cervantes. There has been discussion about it for some time now, anticipating what our work would look like in the event that there was a mandate for vaccinations. Just recently, news broke, I believe it was yesterday, that the city of New York and the state of California are mandating healthcare workers and state employees to be vaccinated by August 2nd. We confirmed today that state employees do not, at least in the state of California, do not refer to school districts, but in the event that we do, then collaborating with the county Fresno Superintendent of Schools and the Health Department in determining what that rollout looks like would be our next steps. We do know that we were asked from Cal OSHA to send out information regarding vaccination status, so we are in possession of that information, although there was some data that some of our employees declined to state whether or not they were vaccinated. So using that as perhaps as a base and determining what responsibilities would be assigned to us or directed of us in the event that we have to mandate them and what impact that has at the workplace. So it's still relatively new, but if it is something that's going to land on our plates, we'd have to work with the health department and other agencies to help us roll it out. Hope I answered the question to the best of my ability for you, sir.
It does. I want to spin that question one more time. In regards to, do we have a racial or percentage of employees that we know, that we're aware of that are not vaccinated?
Yes, we have some general information regarding that. Yes, we do. We have some general information regarding that.
And what is that percentage?
I'll have to,
okay.
If you allow me to calculate it, I have the raw number in my head that answered yes.
Understood.
To whether or not they have been, and the number was was over 800, I believe.
Well, if we listen to the healthcare professionals, this wave is basically a pandemic of the unvaccinated. So the ratio of people that are contracting this Delta virus are basically non-vaccinated citizens or residents. And I think it's somewhere around 97%. So the way this critter grows, it's going to go again. So they're anticipating another wave in the event to attack the unvaccinated again. So continually, I'm not advocating, I'm just being factual about the fact that at one point in time, we're going to have to make a decision in regards to, but I think ultimately, I think the state's going to force us into a mandating. There's a few people on this panel that may remember the polio situation and how they mandated and how we had to get in lines and it wasn't an option and there was a lot of resistance and there was a lot of fear and there was a lot of unknown. With that being said, would it be fair to say, because right now obviously we're under the EAU for the vaccine and it's pending a FDA approval. Upon that, I think it will relieve the resistance of a lot of people that are a little bit nervous about receiving the vaccine. Do we have a timeline for FDA approval? Has there been any talk about that at a higher level than we're aware of at this point?
There hasn't been any direct conversation regarding when, other than soon, the word that we've been hearing. Soon.
If I can also add, we are continuing our weekly calls with our county office and county department of health, and so that's our space to get information. We've asked for some data as well, and just keeping us as current as possible. We're reading all the same things you are, but it gives us one extra lane to have contact with state and local health departments.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify one thing that I disagree with. Unless there was an update from the governor's office or the governor himself before 5 p.m., the announcement he made yesterday is to require state employees to either provide proof of vaccination or they will be subjected to weekly testing. And the California Department of Public Health has also issued an order identifying who is considered a healthcare worker and what healthcare facilities will require also either a certain type of documentation, the appropriate documentation for vaccination, or may be subjected to testing once a week or twice a week, depending on where the categories fall. But I just wanted to clarify that I'm not aware of any vaccine mandate at this point, but I do know that his announcement has been interpreted that way, and I'm pretty sure that that's the intention, to try and encourage people to get vaccinated. But I don't believe there's been a mandate yet.
No, I wasn't implying that there's a mandate yet. I think we need to start the discussion about it's coming. And if we go back, and I was on the phone today with a healthcare clinic, and they have approximately about 200 employees in their system that are not vaccinated. The state is mandating them to test those employees once a week. That's $32,000 a week cost to the establishment to be able to provide that level of service, which the state is mandating. At one point in time, you got to start thinking, okay, when do we start making fiscal responsibility decisions on what's the greater good for the district and the protection of staff and students, et cetera. Listen, I mean, it's going to be a rocky, challenging discussion, but I think it's something that needs to be had, and we need to be prepared, and we need to be proactive as opposed to reactive. And that's all. I just wanted to plant a seed and talk about something that none of us want to talk about. I don't want to talk about it either, to be perfectly honest, but unfortunately, we're here to make decisions in the best interest of the school district, of the well-being and the fiscal well-being of the school district as well. So very costly to start surveillance and testing every week on the school district's budget. Extremely costly.
Thank you. Trustee Chan?
Extremely important points, Trustee Cervantes. I'm going to take it to where we can save money. So Fresno County Public Health is providing actually all these services, especially contact tracing and free testing. So Joe Prado at Fresno County Public Health, I know the COVID Equity Project, we could probably even team up with one of the groups here and they're already contracted through the county. And I know some groups are already contracting with Fresno Unified, and it's already, to no cost to the school district. So maybe something for us to look at.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Do we have any measures in place to ensure that the cleaning is being done regularly and correctly? I haven't heard any complaints yet, but I know part of the discussion and some of the issues with other districts previously was that they weren't necessarily sanitizing the way that they were supposed to, or as frequently and daily as they were supposed to. So do we have any measures in place to ensure that our district is doing it correctly?
We do. We have checklists that are used by custodians that are to be noted as to the cleaning on each day.
Okay. You talked about the food distribution and the fact that we're not currently being required to provide individual items or packaged items. Have we evaluated the cost associated and whether it would be more effective for us to continue that practice even if we're not legally mandated to do so? I mean, is there any benefit? I would presume that we're not exposing food, but I don't know what the implications and the logistics of doing that would look like.
Yeah, I would have to check with our nutrition director on that.
Okay. My last question is, are we going to ensure that we have masks available on our buses and at every campus entry so that if any students are showing up without a mask, we're not turning them away because they're not wearing a mask? We'll have to deal with situations in which individuals choose or refuse to wear one, but I just want to make sure, and I know we've talked about this before, just making sure that we do have the appropriate masks for young children and for our teenagers.
That's
Okay.
correct. It's our responsibility to require those if they are needed and requested.
Okay. Those are all the questions I had. Does anyone have any other questions on this item? Trustee Paul?
Yeah, just, I heard
Can you turn on your mic?
Sorry about that. I heard someone, I think it was Mr. Cervantes, saying that the spread was among the vaccinated, unvaccinated. My understanding is that the spread is happening both among vaccinated and unvaccinated, primarily through unvaccinated, but the majority of the hospital stays by far are from the unvaccinated. So this thing seems to continue to infect people even though they are vaccinated, but at a much less significant impact, I guess. So I don't know the numbers, but I just wanted to clarify that point.
Any other comments? Okay, that'll conclude item M1. We move on to item M3, receive information on change order number 14 for Justin Garza High School. Assistant Superintendent McLean.
Thank you, President Carrillo. So this change order is an increase to the project amount and the amount of sorry, I lost my place here. 193,580. This is as a percentage of the overall project, this is a 0.18% increase to the project amount, bringing us to a cumulative change order total to date on a percentage basis of 1.7%. The change orders listed are attached, and this is being recommended to be placed on the next agenda for action. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public?
None over the phone.
Thank you. Comments from the board? Trustee Paul?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest change order item is the basketball hoops. So was that something that wasn't planned or something we added because of the configuration of the gym? I mean, how did we end up with 120, whatever it was, 120,000?
Right, yeah, there are some costs involved there. That was something that came about during this past year, I would say, at the beginning of the calendar year. And the intent was to further the use of the space that we have in that room to allow more students to use that space.
Okay, so it wasn't a misdesign thing, it's something that we decided to add?
Correct, yeah, district initiated, was not part of the original plans.
Thank you.
Is that when the board divided that gym space?
That was previous to this. This is adding additional hoops, but it came about following that original decision a couple years ago to make the change to the gym configuration.
Okay.
Correct.
Trustee Paul, any other questions?
We added more hoops, power hoops. They're power, they drop down from
Right,
the ceiling.
yes.
We added more.
Okay, okay. Did you have any other questions, Trustee Paul? Okay, Trustee Maley?
I had the same question. In the original plan, were there just 2 basketball hoops? And then we decided to put another 3 on each side, or how did that work?
The original plans were for one larger gym, and there was a decision made a couple years ago to separate, to have a practice gym adjacent to the main gym with a dividing wall in between.
I think this was right before you joined. I want to say, I mean, now because of the pandemic, I don't even know how long ago, but it must have been like a year. that there were some changes. And as Trustee Solis mentioned, it involves power hoops. So if you took a tour, and I don't know if they were installed when you walked through the project.
I didn't.
Okay, but they come down, so like they're literally operated, right? Those are the ones we're talking about?
Well, there's ones that come up and down, there's also ones that are on the sidewalls as well.
Okay.
Due to the fact that we initially only had one gym, we then made a change. So basically, we have a practice gym on one side, or JV side, and then we have another one on the other side. We then put the same number of hoops on both sides, so you doubled the hoops.
We had promised the community 2 gyms, and our design came back with 1, so that's why the change.
Perfect, thank you.
And I think those plans were also old. So, any other questions on this item? Any objection to having this item return under consent? Okay, this item will return to our next board agenda of August 10th under consent. Thank you. Next information item is M4, receive information regarding agreements with Forefront Power for solar.
Thank you. So this is, if you recall, the board reviewed the agreements with Forefront Power back in February of 2020, planning out our projects at 11 sites. We did the first phase last summer, and the second phase is happening at this time. And then the second phase, as the planning was being developed and getting ready to launch, and working with PG&E, it was my understanding of these contracts is that due to requirements to upgrade transformers and additional costs with that, the design team from Forefront took another look at how the project was planned at Rio Vista and decided it was a more economic decision, more savings to be able to separate the one project into 2 projects. So now having a project at Rio Vista and also having a second project at River Bluff, which actually provides better savings than it did previously.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board on this item? Any objection to having this return under consent? Hearing no objection, this item will return to our consent agenda of August 10th. That'll conclude our information items. Advanced planning, the calendar should be attached. If you have any questions, you can contact Superintendent Davis. Additional information and closing comments. Is there any board member wishing to provide any closing comments? Okay. Our next board meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, August 10th, 2021, with our closed session beginning at 6 p.m. and our public session beginning at 7 p.m. or as soon as thereafter. It'll take place here at the Central East High School Performing Arts Center. We do not need to adjourn to closed session or reconvene. What are the wishes of the board on adjournment? I have a motion by Trustee Chan. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Trustee Paul. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.